Hello race fans and welcome back to the video game selection series where if it's not convoluted, it's not worth doing. Today we're bringing you the 600-mile race from Charlotte. Yes, that's right, that's 600 miles, 400 laps around this 1.5-mile Charlotte Motor Speedway. Typically run with stock cars, but due to licensing of being able to get them there, we have sports cars instead, which are typically seen on road courses and endurance events, here on this Endurance Oval event. We have the Ford GTEs in Class A, Mustang GT4s for Class B, Class C is represented by the BMW M2, and Class D by the Toyota GR86. So without further ado, let's go ahead and make our way through the starting lineup as I show it here on the side, and then we'll just walk through the field of 40 cars in 4 classes, and get ready to head out in this event. On the pole, we have Ultima. On the outside, we have our number 1 seed for the last several races, Star Fox. Mega Man, the Class A winner, Indianapolis, but because the Class B winner was the overall winner, they did not get the promotion to the gaming queue, so they're still here after that victory at Indianapolis. Mario, starting on the outside of row 2. Then the Elder Scrolls, Pikmin, G-Police, Sonic the Hedgehog, Fallout in a very cool looking car, and The Legend of Zelda. Moving to Class B, we have Dynasty Warriors, Kingdom Hearts, Minecraft, NHL, The Last of Us, one of the 2 cars who's been in every Class B race so far, Final Fantasy, Mother, Gran Turismo, who had been in every Class C race so far, but won Class C at Indianapolis and so got promoted to Class B for this race. Metal Gear Solid, also a full-time Class B veteran. Grand Theft Auto rounds out the Class B field. Class C, we have Factorio, who's been in every Class C race. Shadow of the Colossus, same for them. Diablo, same for them. So the 3 Class C veterans are leading Class C today, which seems fitting. Then we have Call of Duty, Civilization, Clay Fighter, Killer Instinct, Elite, Xenoblade Chronicles, and Ori. And then finally in Class D we have Rogue Squadron, Resident Evil, EVO, Bioshock, Cuphead, who's been in every Class D race, Spyro, Animal Crossing, Golden Sun, Bayonetta, and rounding out the field we have Yoshi. And so we should be just seconds away from rolling out on the field, and then we will get into the action. 400 laps, 600 miles. So we'll ride on board with our pole sitter for the start of this race, and let's see how this goes. Now with these oval races, the issue has been the bottleneck of Class D. Can the higher class fields get through the bunched up field of Class D? And sometimes it's Class C, but Class D is really the true bottleneck. So I wonder if that same type of story is going to play out again here, where games are just going to try to have to find that way through, and it's not really going to be just raw pace, it's being able to get through the traffic and potentially even get yourself laps ahead if you're able to do so. Pace car should be pulling off as we're exiting turn 4. And then we will get started with racing.
Green, green, green.
Ultima gets a great jump off of the start, all by themselves as they go into turn 1. Not sure if they'll be able to maintain that forever, but they are out front right now, which got to be a good feeling because it's not going to stay that way forever. Class A field moving through safely for the first lap. Let's check out Class B. Class B leader at the end of lap 1 is Kingdom Hearts. They're up a bit by themselves as well, which is nice. Now let's check on Class C. Call of Duty right now is taking the lead. Didn't start in the first row of Class C, but was able to maneuver their way to the front by the end of the first lap. And we got a nice pack race here of the top 6 in Class C. And then in Class D, Resident Evil led lap 1. Looks like we got a pack of 5, and I believe there's a pack of the other 5 just behind them. So now let's jump back on board with our leader, and we're going to go to the cockpit view as they approach the first round of Class D cars. Let's see how Ultima handles this. They're going to move to the outside, and they do have the space. Good job on the Class D cars giving them the space. And it looks like a lot of the field has gotten through, so kudos to the lap cars that allows to continue. Ooh, a little bit of a checkup from Ultima, which is given the... just giving Mega Man a chance to try to take this. And now Sonic the Hedgehog looking to take the lead on the inside, coming down the backstretch. Alright, let's jump on board with our Class B leader as they're coming up on that lap traffic. Alright, they're getting through. Very good. The second group isn't single file, so we'll see if they're able to do that. But before that, let's jump back on board and see how these guys handle the Class C field they are quickly approaching. Sonic's gotta go fast. These guys can't be in his way. Alright, approaching the Class C field. Looks like too wide, going most of the way back. And having to check up. Really unable to get through. Gonna try to go below the blue line to try to make the pass. Unable to do so. And it looks like the bottleneck's begun, but it looks like it's started with Class C, actually. Oh, and then we had a Class A car trying to make their way down through, but it looked like they got blocked. Here comes Fallout. Catching up with the field, starting to move through the pack. Yeah, so Sonic the Hedgehog fell way back through all of that. Looks like G-Police has made a really good run through all of that traffic. They're about to catch up with Class D cars again. What happened to our Class B field? Okay, so I got 3 of them that have kind of gotten out by themselves. And now we've got NHL is by themselves. And then it looks like we got a pack of 3 and a pack of 3. So here's one pack of 3. All with sort of light blue in their paint schemes. Mother Minecraft Gran Turismo. Grand Theft Auto being passed by the Elder Scrolls, who's taking the lead in Class A. Yeah, so much action all over the place. Hard to keep up as everything is... we got the Elder Scrolls, and is that Star Fox? Yeah, Star Fox. So this is the 1 and 2 seed. They have been the 1 and 2 seeds. They've switched positions in that seeding over the course of the series, but they have been perennially 1 and 2. And they are currently 1 and 2 in the race. Elder Scrolls body blocking the the Class B cars as they're moving through. Yeah, Star Fox to the point. See if one of these two can take their high seeding and be able to finally pull off the win and get themselves into the gaming queue. Got some clear track for a little bit. Let's take a look at Kingdom Hearts. Leader in Class B, at least for the moment. Looks like we do have a true bottleneck starting to form. Starting with Bayonetta up at the front. No, not Bayonetta. Animal Crossing up at the front. So Animal Crossing really driving one of these bottlenecks. It looks like cars, even if they're on the outside, they seem to be a little timid to be able to try to make the pass. But starting now, we do have one Class B car in the pits. Minecraft is in the pits right now. Likely for some damage. Let's get back down here to Animal Crossing. Yeah, I believe it was Resident Evil was able to get to the front. There is a, let's see, Fallout on the outside has gotten through. We have a Class B car on the inside has gotten through. You can see here on the backstretch though, and into turn 3. The bottleneck is forming. It's Rogue Squadron right now at the front in the grayish car. Cars are able to trickle through. Just good. You got to kind of balance the risk and the reward. The reward is certainly worth it if you can get through because it's laps you can gain potentially on competitors. But the risk is crashing out in the early stages of this endurance race here. All right, cars are starting to break away, it looks like, so looks like we do have a little bit of relief now from the bottleneck. So as we go through that, we now have the Elder Scrolls up in front. G-Police running in second. Legend of Zelda running in third, actually going from fourth to second this lap, passing both Star Fox and G-Police. G-Police now being shown in third, or sorry, Star Fox now being shown in third as G-Police slips to fourth. And those are the top runners in Class A at the moment. The other runners right now, Pikmin in fifth, Mega Man in sixth, Sonic the Hedgehog seventh, Mario in eighth, Ultima in ninth, and Fallout appears to have had a bit of an issue. It's currently sitting in the pits and currently 3 laps down. Class B. Looks like we've got some nice pack racing here in Class B. Although I have a feeling that one of these cars is actually about to go a lap down. So Kingdom Hearts Dynasty Warriors. And that's actually Mother, who is at the almost tail end of the field after having to serve a pit stop. Likely for an early incident. Dynasty Warriors was able to get through. And that means Dynasty Warriors now has a lead, and a relatively comfortable lead at the moment, until some of the competitors are able to get through to the field. So right now, Elder Scrolls up front in Class A. Dynasty Warriors up front in Class B. Class C, Clay Fighter currently leads the field in these BMWs. I'm trying to be able to see Clay Fighter within the mix of all of these. So I think Clay Fighter is here on the bottom in the white car. I can see Fallout has made it out of the pits, as once again bottlenecks starting to form here on at the front of this field. Yeah, some cars trying to go to the bottom to try to break free. Fallout's got some ground to make up, so they need to be a bit more aggressive. As Fallout, it looks like Pikmin also had an incident and had to go to the pits. Yeah, but Fallout, I'm even trying to see where is Fallout on the rankings. Down here, 8 laps down. So 8 laps down, last place overall. So Fallout's got to make up some ground. They got to go. Anyway, Clay Fighter still running up front in Class C. Shout out to Colossus in this mix as well. So is Elite. So is Ori. So is Killer Instinct. So the top 5 in Class C all currently packed together. Then we have a Class B straggler in Minecraft. And then Resident Evil currently at the front of this pack. So yeah, Resident Evil Rogue Squadron. There's the Legend of Zelda trying to make the move on the inside to get around, and has. Well done. Well done to the Legend of Zelda. Yeah, Resident Evil, Rogue Squadron, BioShock, Animal Crossing, Spyro, Bayonetta, Golden Sun, Yoshi, Cuphead, EVO. Just one big pack at this moment for the Class D cars. All together. And honestly, as a result, pretty much all the rest of the field is too. Going back to the lead for just a moment. Which is currently held by G-Police with a 4.5 second lead. G-Police is about to finish lap 28. I will step aside for a moment and let the action kind of play through. And we'll be back with commentary in a moment. and welcome back. Yeah, this really seems to be the best view of really what's going on, is the just taking a look from the in front of the bottleneck, looking backwards throughout the field, and being able to see when games are able to make their moves. Because as they make their moves, that really is telling as to how this race is going to turn out, more so than just the wheel-to-wheel action. Like you can see on the bottom, we have a Class A machine trying to make their way through. If you also watch, you can see how some of them are trying to maneuver their way towards the front so they can find that brake. Fallout looking for the brake. Oh, and there was a crash back there. Let's pause, go back, and see if we can find out who that was. I can already see cars turning in. Sonic the Hedgehog looks to be an issue with the number 15 car. That's The Last of Us. So here, let's go to Chopper Command to look at this incident. We'll go back a little bit. Now let's see how this plays out. Sonic coming back up onto the track. Oh, it's just a bit of bumping and yeah, a few cars going around. Let's see who do we got here? The 26 car, which I believe is Call of Duty. Yes, that's the Call of Duty car that is spun out, and really it looks like taking the worst of it. Lost the front bumper. And here's G-Police coming up through. Yeah, so getting back to the grid. And this will give us a little bit of a chance to reset as the field is pulling in behind the pace car. Speaking of which, let's jump on board with the pace car right now. And actually, there's a lot of cars coming down pit lane at the moment. Let's go back to our leader. So there's G-Police in. So this is a good chance to get a fresh set of tires, get some fuel. Get yourself back underway. Yeah, Fallout, Legend of Zelda, Elder Scrolls, Mario, everybody's coming in. Getting some service. Here's the Class B cars. And so we'll see how everything shakes out after all the pit stops are said and done. Yeah, tough break for Call of Duty, as I think they're going to have a bit more repairs than others, or might just have to go the rest of the race without a bumper. We'll see what they can get done during the pit stop. Yeah, let's we'll jump on board with the pace car and take a look behind. Actually, can I get find rear bumper? There we go, yeah. Off the gearbox, looking backwards at the field. And as they cycle through this time, once all the cars get a chance to get through, we'll take a look at the rundown of the field. So there's number 3, Pikmin, getting a lap back. So as everybody who's in front of the overall leader, they're going to be waved around now. This might be the overall leader approaching us at the moment. Actually, the overall leader is shown to be Legend of Zelda. But where is the Legend of Zelda? That may have still been from the pit stop from before. They're still regrouping, so we might still have to look at it this time. Yeah, but if it's shaking down the way that it looks here, we might be back to the Elder Scrolls and Star Fox being back at the front. And here we go, we're getting ready to go green.
Green, green, green.
Was not quite ready for that, but there we go. The lap 40 has been complete. We are 10% of the way through this race. Elder Scrolls, Star Fox. Up front. Seeing what they could do, seeing if they can make their way through the field. Oh, Elder Scrolls got checked up by the Class B cars. Star Fox makes it around. Star Fox getting checked up by these Class C cars. Now they're trying to split them, one on the outside, one on the inside. The outside lane closed. Star Fox makes it through. Elder Scrolls held up. And so Star Fox will emerge from here as the leader for the moment. And here comes The Legend of Zelda. Here comes G-Police. Here comes Sonic, who did not lose any laps on that exchange, so good for Sonic to stay out in front. G-Police has now gotten through and should be sitting right now in second place in Class A and overall. But G-Police heading into the pits. Oh my goodness, G-Police from second place going into the pits under green. That will certainly put them a lap down, if not more. Let's go back to see if G-Police is getting some service or if this seems to be a stop-go penalty. No, G-Police might actually be getting some service. So wow. So Star Fox up front. The Elder Scrolls and The Legend of Zelda, top three in the running order. Getting to a checker point. Elder Scrolls carrying some speed. Elder Scrolls right on the bumper of Star Fox now. They're both getting around a Class C machine. They're up through now. Sonic up there sitting in third, looking to take second away from the Elder Scrolls. Yeah, so they seem to be going good as traffic has strung out now. Let's take a look at Class B, where Kingdom Hearts is currently leading. Dynasty Warriors just behind. Maybe 10 or 12 car lengths on track. And then Metal Gear Solid, I believe, is actually some laps down. Trying to make up some ground here. Whoa! Approaching bottleneck status again. And that's where the top of Class B is looking right now. Class C, Clay Fighter, who's been at the front for a good portion of this race. The rest of the top five is they're all in turn 3, a bit spread out. Not all on top of each other, but fairly close in terms of position on track. Yeah, now the danger becomes the faster cars having to weave through you and you trying to make sure you're safe. You're trying to get around the Class D car, you got a Class A car trying to go around you. As it does look like Sonic has taken the overall lead. Elder Scrolls second, Star Fox third. As traffic seems to have presented a mix-up there. Shadow of the Colossus running second. Factorio, the white car third. Elite Fourth, Civilization, running fifth in Class C. Class D, Bayonetta currently leading. With Resident Evil just behind. So these two right now just content to stay nose to tail. Keep themselves away from the rest of the Class C field, or Class D field, excuse me. Ooh, when those cars try to take the bottom line, there's no banking to help you make the turn, and so it does get very precarious. G-Police making their way through some traffic after that green flag pit stop. Very curious green flag pit stop. See, that's put G-Police 4 laps down to the overall leader. So there's our top two in Class D. Third place car, also in the points for Class D right now. Spyro, or Cuphead is currently in the third place spot. Spyro currently running in fourth, chasing down that final point in Class D. So there we are towards the other classes, but now Ultima has taken the lead. Ultima, seemingly out of nowhere, has taken the overall lead. I may have inadvertently said that was Sonic, because I think they have similar style of cars. Yes. So yeah, that was my mistake earlier. Ultima currently leading with a healthy 5-second lead over the Elder Scrolls, who has a 5-second lead over Star Fox, who has, it looks like, about a half a lap lead over Sonic the Hedgehog in fourth. So right now, yeah, Ultima, our pole sitter, they've not been in the lead for most of this race, but now they are up front and pretty good for the moment. Can they clear the slower traffic? Yes, they can here. Yeah, some Class C machines a little faster than the Class D, but that can also be a hindrance for you to make it around. Yeah, Ultima looking great up there at the top right now. Here we go. We got the Elder Scrolls. We've got Star Fox. We got Mario, who's a lap down, all caught up in this bottleneck. I believe that's Mega Man in the 6th car. Ooh, a huge checkup. Star Fox got pushbacks now on the very bottom of the racetrack, but gets through. Mega Man gets caught up back. So Elder Scrolls moving on, bringing Mario, who's a lap down with them. But all of this happening well behind the overall leader of Ultima, who's coming up on another Class A car, Fallout, and easily moving past them, as I believe they're running with some damage. Top 6 score points in Class A, so there's always that hope to be able to pick up some points. Try to help preserve your status in Class A. Now having to contend with some Class B cars, but right now the field is fairly strung out, and I think that is very good news for our leader. Nursing a half-lap lead. If they're strung out, not bunched up and 3 wide like they are right now in front of them, then you should be able to just kind of keep and maintain. Nothing should really be hindering you from keeping that lead. It was 3 wide for a little while, but they did eventually fan down and were able to make their way through. Coming up to the conclusion of lap 60. Having the checkup coming out of 2. Yeah, Fallout, several laps down on the outside, making their way through. Ooh, that's Pikmin now just ahead of them. And after all is said and done, Ultima is the one that makes it through. Ultima having a fantastic race right now. Alright. The Elder Scrolls running fairly well. Broke away from some of the other Class A cars. Is now going to make their way through the traffic that we just saw Ultima dispense of. So let's see if they have just as easy of a time making it through. Ooh! Had to kind of move up the racetrack at the last moments. Luckily able to find the grip and catch it. Third place machine Star Fox. A little more than straight away behind our leader. Legend of Zelda in 4th place, Sonic the Hedgehog right beside them in 5th place. They are at threat of going a lap down. But yeah, Ultima is not too far behind. We can see Ultima coming out of turn 2 in the background. So, yeah, Legend of Zelda, Sonic, they need to get moving to make sure they don't fall a lap down to our leader Ultima. And we are getting ready to complete lap 67. This will bring us to the 100-mile mark of this race. So 100 miles down, 500 miles to go to decide things here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. So let's get a rundown of the games as it stands. Up in Class A, we have Ultima in 1st, Elder Scrolls in 2nd, Star Fox in 3rd, Sonic the Hedgehog 4th, Legend of Zelda in 5th, all on the lead lap. Mario in 6th is 1 lap down. Pikmin in 7th, 3 laps down. Then we start to get into the Class B field. Kingdom Hearts running 1st, The Last of Us running 2nd, Final Fantasy running 3rd, and then potentially a lap down to them because it really depends on where they are relative to the overall leader. But then Gran Turismo, Metal Gear Solid, Grand Theft Auto, NHL, Dynasty Warriors, and Minecraft. Or Class B field. Your Class C field, all running on the same lap. We have Clay Fighter, Civilization, Factorio, Elite, Killer Instinct, Ori, and Shadow of the Colossus. And then finally, as we move down to our Class D field, we can see Bayonetta, Resident Evil, Cuphead, Spyro, Animal Crossing, Rogue Squadron, Golden Sun, EBO, Yoshi's Story, all on the same lap. Bioshock potentially, depending on where they are relative to the leader. But the whole Class D field might be together. Bayonetta currently leads. As we just saw Ultima finish up lap 70, we'll once again step away. Just give a chance to look through the field, see how things are going, and we'll be back in just a moment. back. I believe there's Star Fox once again out in front. But now there is a car on the pit lane for Class A. Trying to see who that is. There's Pikmin running 7th, Fallout, Sonic, Mega Man, Mario, D-Police is right there. Ultima into the pits. Ultima, who had been leading a large part of this race, or at least recently, now currently sitting in the pits and moving out. Yeah, green flag pit stop will certainly cost you. However, a little bit depends on when everybody else has to make pit stops. So we have passed lap 80. Lap 80 would be the 20% mark of this race. Star Fox leading Elder Scrolls right beside them. That is currently the battle for the lead. Oh, Star Fox and Legend of Zelda getting into it. Oh, again. Let's see if damage was done to either of those games. But just due to the order of the lines, that'll move the Elder Scrolls to the lead briefly. Or maybe not briefly. We'll see how long it takes. Couple cars getting through. Class B car getting through. And riding aboard with Golden Sun. Riding toward the back of Class D, but currently the lead of this bottleneck group. 1, 2 Class B cars getting through. It looks like we're actually now seeing the dam break here. And a lot of cars are getting through. Ooh, some even hit the driving to the inside of the track without the banking. And yeah, now it seems like everyone's sort of figured out, hey, yeah, we can get through this, guys. Let's do this. Here comes the Elder Scrolls through the middle. I believe that Star Fox still caught up a little further behind. Yeah. So with that, Elder Scrolls has moved to the lead of the race. So that turned out to not really be that brief. As we're marching our way towards lap 100, which will be the 1/4 distance mark. And now I think the question becomes for a lot of these games, when will they need to pit? I don't really have a good sense of what the fuel mileage or tire life of these cars on this or at this venue looks like, and especially the adding in the class nature and having to slow down and weave through traffic and potentially get hard on the brakes while you're trying not to run into the 3 wide pack in front of you. Don't know what kind of impact that might have on either fuel mileage or tire life. As the Elder Scrolls moves up through the middle, I believe that's Metal Gear Solid just behind, trying to follow them through. was actually running up pretty fast on the Elder Scrolls for a moment. Back to our Class B field. We had a bit of a shake-up there, as right now Final Fantasy is being shown as the leader in Class B. Class B cars are just now entering turn 3, while Final Fantasy, the leader, has made it to the start-finish line, so a bit of separation for the moment. Although running right now in traffic without really much room for advancement, so they're likely to be caught by the second and third place cars unless they find a way to break through the bottleneck. Although several cars are. Ooh! A couple of our Class B cars moving around in the back. But able to save it. Elder Scrolls is making it through. Following Fallout. Final Fantasy's made it through. Oh, but Final Fantasy now taking this opportunity for a pit stop. We'll have to see what that means for the other Class B cars. Right now, Kingdom Hearts will take the lead in Class B. The third place machine also coming into the pits at the same time. So right now seems to be the fuel window for Class B. Let's jump down to Class C. Clay Fighter really seems to be in control of the Class C field. Nearly got a lap on the second and third place machines. They're caught up in the bottleneck, but we'll see how Clay Fighter's able to manage it. I remember being in Class C, it's a little more difficult for them to get through. They don't have the same means to make it through as the Class A and Class B cars do. And now they've joined the back of this group, and we'll see if they have any opportunity to weave their way through. To get ahead of a couple of Class D cars. Actually, it's Class B cars for the moment that hold. We'll step away from here, but that is currently the status of Class C. Is Clay Fighter way up in front, but currently in the bottleneck. See if they can't make their way through and maintain that advantage. And then Class D, which has been a close race all day. Yeah, we've got Bayonetta and Resident Evil right here together, running down the backstretch. Third place car and fourth place car just behind them. Spyro and Cuphead running together. So we've got Bayonetta and Resident Evil running together first and second, and a bit of a gap. And we got Spyro and Cuphead running together. The four of them right now battling for 3 points-paying spots, and the winner of Class D is guaranteed a spot in Class C at the next event. Our leader, Sonic the Hedgehog, currently on pit lane. As is The Legend of Zelda. So Ultima right now is taking back over. We'll try to really wait till we get through the pit stop cycle to see if we can't sort things out a little better post pit stop cycle. Now just sort of enjoy some sights and sounds of the machines on track. Feels like Resident Evil has gotten ahead of Bayonetta for the lead of Class D. Yeah, nice long green flag run. And these two Class D machines, I think they're really just trying to make sure they fight it out amongst themselves. Bayonetta as the highest seated Class D car might just be comfortable with the points, because the points will likely put them in position to be promoted to Class C based on points rather than just the class victory. Class victory would be nice, but guaranteeing a top 2 I think would be sufficient for the current goals for Bayonetta for getting up the ranks here in the video game selection series. Spyro and Cuphead still duking it out for that final points paying position. Yeah, the winner gets promoted. Second, third, and fourth at least remain in the class. So really from that perspective, all of these games would be happy with the current running order. But of course, if you have the opportunity, you want to do better. Just a few laps away from the 200-mile mark. Seeing if pit stop cycles do sort of work themselves out. And see where we end up falling. There goes Sonic to the way inside. And end up make their way through. Oh, Jeeply's getting shoved down to the inside. That yellow and black Ford GTE. Not to be muscled around, but can't feel good having the car's door pressed up against yours at these speeds. I mean, it looks slow by comparison to some races, but I mean, it's still 130 miles an hour for the slowest class, so nothing to sneeze at. Cars getting into a little bit of a scuffle a little while back. Some cars into the wall, but everybody's still pointed in the right direction, moving forward. Doesn't seem like anybody's too damaged, so all the games are continuing. At the conclusion of lap 134, we'll have officially gone over 200 miles. That'll be the 1/3 distance for this event, and at that time we'll go down through the running order and show how everybody's doing. Fallout dropping out of line and moving into the pits. They're already in last place in Class A, so they're trying to make up whatever ground they can, but at this point I think they're hoping for some attrition to get in that top 6 and earn some points, but attrition hasn't really been very noteworthy today. Yeah, almost the whole field right now in the picture, other than the top 4 from Class D, and looks like maybe 5th, 6th, and another from Class D. So they make their way through turn 3, into turn 4, out of turn 4, and onto the tri-oval. We have now completed 200 miles of this event. And right now we'll go through the running order and show you how everything has shaken out. Ultima leading, Elder Scrolls just behind. So those two are the only two right now on the lead lap. Ultima is on the top of the track in the blue and orange. 3 cars behind them is the Elder Scrolls in the red car with white stripes. And then following them in Class A, we have 1 lap down, Mario, The Legend of Zelda, and Sonic the Hedgehog. 2 laps down, we have Star Fox. 4 laps down, Jeep Police. 6 laps down, Pikmin. Then we move into Class B. We have Kingdom Hearts, The Last of Us, Metal Gear Solid. Kingdom Hearts, The Last of Us, Metal Gear Solid, who's currently in the pits. Gran Turismo, NHL, and Grand Theft Auto all a lap down to the leaders in Class B. But we also have to see if we're in the Class B pit window as Metal Gear Solid just came in the pits. It's the lap cars from Class A, Class B. Clay Fighter, then who has a 1 lap lead over the rest of the field in Class C. The Class C field 1 lap down is Shadow of the Colossus, Factorio, Killer Instinct, Xenoblade Chronicles, and Civilization. And then some more cars that are laps down, and then we get into our Class D field, all running in the bottom 10 spots overall, as you'd expect if there was no attrition. Up front in that fight, we've got Resident Evil, then Bayonetta, then Spyro, then Cuphead, all running nose to tail. The top 4, as it stands, those will be the 4 that stay in Class D, with the winner of them being promoted, the top 3 earning points. Following that, we've got Rogue Squadron, Animal Crossing, Eevee further back. This is the main source of the bottleneck currently. Yoshi, Golden Sun, and Bioshock. So all of those machines in Class D right now are fairly close together in terms of overall track position and the laps that they're on. However, the top 4 have broken away considerably from the rest of the pack. Alright, so with that, yeah, we've got Ultima and the Elder Scrolls, our top 2 right now overall. We'll step away once again and come back to see if there's what kind of action there's been, and we'll make sure to be back by the time we get to the halfway point, 300-mile mark, coming up at the conclusion of lap 200. And the caution is out. Let's go back and see what brought out the caution. I did not catch it. I just saw that there was a caution that came out over there. So let's see if we can catch a glimpse here of what's going on. Got one car coming down to the bottom. Ooh, pink car back here. Yoshi. Looks like Yoshi gets moved into by Mother. I think they're going to end up getting Killer Instinct in this as well. So let's go to Chopper Command and watch this one. We'll back up a little bit. Now going forward. Ooh. There's kind of a little bit of everything there. Let's see, yeah, because there was somebody who took the worst of that, which I do think was Killer Instinct. Yeah, just seeing from their view. Now let's get close to them for this one. Ow! Yeah, that's gonna be rough. Yeah. Also in that, we had NHL getting spun around, Shadow of the Colossus getting held up. So yeah, we're nice big wreck there, but looks like we've got a lot of cars on pit road. Makes sense with a caution like that. Makes sense to see a lot of cars to pit road. So we'll see how they're doing once they come around and get collected by the pace car. And we'll try to get the rundown and order for the restart. We will be going green next time by. A lot of the field still needs to catch up. Yeah, it's not used, I think, to the length of pit stops for these sports cars, so we'll see how this shakes out. I think makes it a bit rougher with these procedures, given the length of time of the pit stops versus the length of time that it takes for the pace car to get around here at this speed. So it'll be a little jumbled up mess at the beginning, it really seems like. So here, let's try to go through just a rundown real quick. On the lead lap, it appears we have The Elder Scroll, Legend of Zelda, Mario, and Ultima. Lap down, we have Star Fox and Sonic the Hedgehog. In Class B, we have The Last of Us, Metal Gear Solid, who has a lap lead over Metal Gear Solid, who has a lap lead over NHL. And Class C, we've got Clay Fighter, who appears to now have a 2-lap lead over Civilization, Xenoblade Chronicles Elite, and Factorio. So that for the rest of them might be a fight for second. And then in Class D, pretty much the whole field seems to be right there together. Resident Evil, Spyro, Cuphead, Animal Crossing, EVO, Rogue Squadron, Golden Sun, and Bayonetta, with Yoshi at the rear of the field, as well as Bioshock. So with that, we're gonna get back to green flag racing.
Green, green, green. Yellow flag is out.
And we've had another caution. Let's get back to this one, because that looked like it does involve a couple of front runners. And really, it appears like Star Fox, our top seed, seems to be the first one that really gets into this. So yeah, let's go to Chopper Command. We'll go back a little bit. We're riding on the outside of G-Police, on the inside of the 24 car of Shadow of the Colossus. Let's see, and it looks like they ended up moving to the right, hitting the Shadow of the Colossus, moving back down to the inside, catching G-Police, spinning around. G-Police spins around. Yeah, several cars getting stopped. Star Fox holding up the line and then goes back to the pits. Let's stay with G-Police and see how they fared during all of this. They got spun right in front of the Legend of Zelda. Boom, there is a little bit of contact with Legend of Zelda. Hopefully not too bad for either one of those games. But with that, we now do have another caution. And let's now get back to live footage. Once again, trying to pick up everything as it moves out from the pits. Maybe not everybody will come down the pit lane this time, but we'll have to see. It looks like a lot of games are taking this opportunity to make another pit stop. So we'll be back shortly, and we'll go through a rundown before the green flag. All right, and we're going green next time by. Once again, a lot of the field trying to get sorted out with the disparity of the parity of the pace lap time versus the pit stop time. So right now, up at the front, we currently have Mario with the Elder Scrolls running second, Sonic the Hedgehog running third. They are all shown on the lead lap. Legend of Zelda shown 1 lap down, Ultima 2 laps down, Star Fox 4 laps down, and G-Police 5 laps down. Both Star Fox and G-Police were just involved in that incident. Last of Us currently with a 2-lap lead over Metal Gear Solid, who has a 1-lap lead over Kingdom Hearts, who has a 1-lap lead over NHL, who has a 1-lap lead over Grand Theft Auto and Dynasty Warriors. In Class C, Clay Fighter has a 2-lap lead over Shadow of the Colossus, Xenoblade Chronicles Elite, and Factorio. And in Class D, we have Resident Evil, basically the whole field together, but Resident Evil, EVO, Cuphead, and Golden Sun currently in the top 4. And with that, we'll be going back to green right here. And another caution. This one I know Golden Sun was involved in. We'll ride on board with them as we're going through here. They seem to be the ones toward the front where this ends up happening. So let's take a look from Chopper Command. Golden Sun third in line on the inside, white car. Or no, fourth in line, sorry. Taking out two other cars along with them. BioShock appeared to be one of them. Chopper Command not bringing great views for them. Let's see how it looked from this view following BioShock. And then we also have a few other cars getting involved. Yeah, Golden Sun and BioShock, two of the games that just recently got promoted to Class D from the Challenger series, involved in a wreck. So now we'll get back to live footage, and we'll once again sort out the impact of this caution. And once again, most games looking to take a chance to go down pit lane with the cars running slow. And the chance to catch up. So we'll see how everything shakes out after the pit stops, and give it once again another rundown. Alright, and we're going green next time by. A few cars getting a wave around. And so right now we've got the Elder Scrolls running all by themselves in the lead lap, with Sonic the Hedgehog and Mario bitter rivals. One lap down, trying to catch up to Elder Scrolls. Then we got Ultima 2 laps down, G-Police 4 laps down. Then we have The Last of Us all by themselves, with 2-lap lead over Metal Gear Solid. Once again, 1-lap lead over Kingdom Hearts. 1-lap lead over NHL and Dynasty Warriors. And pretty much the whole Class B field seems to be separated by about a lap. Class C, Clay Fighter. And now Civilization is on the same lap as Clay Fighter. So Clay Fighter, for the first time in quite a while, has some competition. With Xenoblade Chronicles Elite, Shadow of the Colossus, 1 lap down to them. And then in Class D, Resident Evil, Cuphead, Spyro, and Bayonetta, top 4 in that race. So now let's get back to the front here, and let's see how this green flag racing goes this time, as we are approaching the halfway point.
Green flag, green flag. Caution, yellow flag.
And we have another yellow. And let's try to see where this came from. Well, there it is. So we've got Cuphead going sideways, so getting a little bit of help from Dynasty Warriors. So let's go to Chopper Command. Ooh, yeah, Dynasty Warriors got into Mega Man, it looks like. Cuphead hit Dynasty Warriors and Mega Man both getting kind of held up. And that seems to kind of be the end of it. So everyone does get moving on. But it does bring out, once again, another caution. Alright, going green on the next lap. The order as it stands: Elder Scrolls, 1 lap ahead of Sonic the Hedgehog and Ultima. They are 1 lap ahead of Mario. G-Police 4 laps down to the leader. Legend of Zelda 5 laps down to the leader. Last of Us still in control of Class B. 2 laps ahead of Metal Gear Solid, who's a lap ahead of Kingdom Hearts, who's a lap ahead of NHL, who's a lap ahead of Minecraft, who's a lap ahead of Final Fantasy. Class C, Clay Fighter Civilization, once again still duking it out, but now it looks like Elite and Xenoblade Chronicles are on the same lap, so we've got a tougher fight there now. And in Class D, we've got Resident Evil, Spyro, Rogue Squadron, and Bayonetta in the top 4 positions.
Green flag, green flag.
Elder Scrolls with 216 laps complete. That's 184 laps to go. And another caution. They seem to be, yeah, piling up now. Here, let's move back and see what brought out this one. Looks like it's going to be with that pack, so we'll jump to the front of here and... Oh, looks like we already got G-Police off to the side spinning out, so let's get back here. Let's go to Chopper Command. I said Chopper Command. Down to the inside. Trying to find room, them and the Legend of Zelda collide. They've all the way to the pit lane. And I don't believe that was the only thing, because this does seem like there were some other cars going slow up ahead. Yeah, there we go. Is that our dear friend Ultima going sideways there? Yes, it is. So we got Ultima, Elder Scrolls, the leader. Oh, taking a big crunch. Yeah, moving up ahead a little bit of them. Yeah, Final Fantasy involved. Looks like Minecraft. Gran Turismo involved. We got several cars involved. Let's actually move a little further up because it looks like there might even be more. So no more up here towards the front, but my goodness, that's a lot of action there. And might have some interesting results up at the front of the field too, so we'll see how damaged the Elder Scrolls might be when everybody gets back around. A couple of cars are just coming into the pits, and the lights are off, meaning next time around we will be going green. Got some cars here that are in front of the leader, which the last time we checked was still Elder Scrolls. We'll have to see if that's still the case. But yeah, lots of cars getting wave arounds. Lots of cars getting wave arounds. Still seeing wave arounds. Yeah, it seems to be confusion out there. It's almost like these cautions should probably be one lap longer than they have been. So yeah, so as it's shaking out right now, Elder Scrolls, one lap ahead of Sonic the Hedgehog and Ultima, a lap ahead of Mario, a lap ahead of Legend of Zelda and G-Police. Last of Us, one lap ahead of Metal Gear Solid. Class C, Civilization now finally leads over Xenoblade Chronicles and Clay Fighter. All three of them on the same lap. And we've got Resident Evil, Rogue Squadron, Resident Evil on the lap by themselves, and then Rogue Squadron and Spyro second and third behind, Bayonetta in fourth, one lap behind them, 2 laps down to the class leader. With that, we'll start to get ready, but yeah, it does seem like there is some confusion right now, so we'll just see how everything plays out. So Zen Development's Mega Man spins way off track, is currently in the pit lane. Now rejoining the track from the pit lane. Oh my goodness, this could be a potentially dangerous rejoin. Also, it does appear the Elder Scrolls did have sufficient damage, is still losing laps, still in the pit lane. So that moves Sonic the Hedgehog to be our leader, 2 laps ahead of The Legend of Zelda. Last of Us, a Class B car, is now in 3rd place overall, 4 laps down to Sonic the Hedgehog. So The Last of Us really not out of the running for the overall lead either. So let's keep our eyes on those developments. Right now, Sonic the Hedgehog just getting ready to finish lap 235, so 165 laps to go. And we've got ourselves another pile up, so we'll have to go back and see what happened here. I saw Metal Gear Solid was involved and they were spun to the inside. We'll go to Chopper Command and look from Metal Gear Solid. Rewind a little bit and let's see what happens here. Just a kind of a touch. Whew. Yeah, who else is getting involved with this one? We've got yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog got involved. It looks like they made it through. Mega Man took a huge smack. Who's just behind? We got Final Fantasy. We've got Ori. We got Killer Instinct. All of them taking some damage. Oh, and there's still some more over here on the side. We've got Dynasty Warriors. And we've got Kingdom Hearts. And they both spin to a stop in front of everybody else. Oh, and then somebody, looks like, gets hit from behind. So let's try to move back through the field a little bit and see who... Oh my goodness, yeah, who's up in the air right there? That would be Factorio. Borneo Class C runner. Now let's go back to Chopper Command for their view. Oh, just smashed into by who? Who is this just behind them? Is that Elite? Yeah, Elite. Let's go on board with Elite as they're coming up to this. Everybody stopped in front of them. They were trying to stop, but bam! That's a hit. Yeah, so Sonic the Hedgehog, our leader, was involved in that. Move to the live camera. Go to the pace car. Looks like the Elder Scrolls is finally back on track. However, appears they are 14 laps down to Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, we'll check back in just a moment once everybody gets a chance to kind of recycle through. Alright, one lap until green. We've got Sonic the Hedgehog, Legend of Zelda, one lap down to them. Just got their lap back on the wave around. Pikmin is 4 laps down. Last of Us in Class B, the leader there. 5 laps down to the overall leader. G-Police also 5 laps down. NHL is 1 lap down to Last of Us in Class B. Class C, we've got Xenoblade Chronicles and Clay Fighter, both on the lead lap. And in Class D, we have Rogue Squadron, all by themselves. Spyro, 1 lap down to them. And they are really the only two... Oh, sorry, we have Resident Evil in first there. Rogue Squadron then in second, 1 lap down. And then Spyro, 1 lap down to them, 2 laps down to the Class D leader. And they are really the only 3 in the running at the moment for Class D.
Green flag, green
We
flag.
are getting back to green. And we are approaching the 400-mile mark. We are now past the 400-mile mark. 260, lap 267 was the 400-mile mark. We have just now completed lap 271. As it stands, Sonic the Hedgehog with 200 miles to go, 129 laps to go. Sonic the Hedgehog currently leads 2 laps over Pikmin, 3 laps over Legend of Zelda. So that's your top 3 in Class A right now. Class B is The Last of Us, who is 4 laps behind the overall leader. So still roughly in contention, depending on how cautions fall, how incidents go. We'll just have to see how those shake out. G-Police has made a little bit of a recovery from currently 4 laps down. NHL, who is second, and Class B is 7 laps down to the leader. That's 3 laps behind The Last of Us. Fallout has been making some headway. They were quite a bit ways down. They're now 8 laps down. Elder Scrolls still 14 laps down. Star Fox 14 laps down. Out of the running, really, at this point. In Class C, we have Clay Fighter running 10th overall, with Xenoblade Chronicles on the same lap. Shadow of the Colossus just a lap behind them. They are currently running 10th, 11th, and 12th overall. And then jumping down to Class D, Resident Evil currently leads that class. 18 laps down to the overall leader. Rogue Squadron is 1 lap down to Resident Evil. Spyro is 1 lap down to Rogue Squadron, so 2 laps behind the last evil. And then several laps behind Spyro, we have Bioshock Cuphead. Now, 4th place is still something to fight for, because it means you get to stay in your class, and that's all the classes. So trying to get the top 4 of your class is still something to fight for. We can take a look down here at the bottom of the field. I won't read them out. You can see them on the screen, but lots of cars either out of the race or just very much out of the running, even if they're still in the race. So we'll check back in when we make the 500-mile mark at lap 334. Unless there's a caution in the meantime. And it does look like we've got another caution. G-Police seems to be the trigger, but it looks like Mario actually ended up taking a big hit on this. Legend of Zelda G-Police, that actually looks very similar to earlier. And then Mario rams right into the back of G-Police. Caution is out. Probably some big damage to Mario, I'm wagering. We'll be back to sort out the field in just a moment. Alright, we're going green next time by. And standings as I see them. Sonic the Hedgehog currently leads. Pikmin 1 lap down, Legend of Zelda 3 laps down. Last of Us, leader in Class B, 4 laps down to the overall leader. G-Police running 2 laps behind Last of Us. Is also in Class A. Class B, second place is NHL, 4 laps behind the class leader. So Last of Us really has a good stranglehold on that. Clay Fighter and Xenoblade Chronicles on the same lap, with Shadow of the Colossus 1 lap behind them. And in Class D, Resident Evil still with a now 2-lap lead over Rogue Squadron. And Spyro has now actually gotten back onto the same lap as Rogue Squadron. So Resident Evil with a good lead in Class D.
Green, green, green. Caution, yellow flag.
And we've had another caution. This one appears to have involved Ultima, our pole sitter. So let's see how this looked. Oh, it's clipped another car and got airborne. Runs into a couple of other cars. Clay Fighter getting a little bit of that. Looks like has... Actually, that might be the damaged back spoiler of Ultima. And then Diablo got involved in that as well. So yeah, Ultima taking a rough ride there, but now we are under caution once again. I believe Sonic, who has come in to take a pit stop, has just completed the 300-mile mark. So we are 75% distance through this race. One lap until green. As it is currently being shown, we have Sonic the Hedgehog leading Legend of Zelda one lap down. The Last of Us now moved up to third place, the Class B leader, but third place overall. 4 laps down, and Pikmin also 4 laps down, but in Class A. NHL has now dropped back another lap, so now The Last of Us has a 5-lap lead in Class B. Xenoblade Chronicles now seems to be all by themselves in Class C. They're 12 laps back from the leader. Shadow of the Colossus 1 lap behind Xenoblade, and Clay Fighter 1 lap behind Shadow of the Colossus, but I think is also still in the pits recovering from that last incident. Resident Evil 19 laps behind the leader. Rogue Squadron is second in Class D, 1 lap behind Resident Evil. And Spyro on the same lap as Rogue Squadron. Top 3 right now in Class D.
Green, green, green. Yellow flag is out.
And we have another caution. It seems like G Police was around the incident, although I don't think they were taking the worst of it. It appears like Shadow of the Colossus may be the one who gets the raw end of the deal here. So we'll watch from Chopper Command. Legend of Zelda up into Xenoblade Chronicles, Xenoblade Chronicles into Shadow of the Colossus. Spin around in front of another car. Looks like somebody else spins out just behind them. And now, once again, we are under caution. One lap until green. Once again, we'll restart on lap 308. Remember, we're going to lap 400. Sonic the Hedgehog leading 2 laps over Legend of Zelda, 3 laps over The Last of Us, the Class B leader. So we got to make sure we're not counting out The Last of Us. Pikmin also 3 laps down and in Class A. Xenoblade Chronicles, once still by themselves in Class C. However, now with that last caution, they now have a comfortable lead in Class C, 5 laps over the nearest competitor. Resident Evil still with a 1-lap lead over Rogue Squadron and Spyro.
Green flag, green flag. flag is out.
Approaching 500 miles, and now we've got another caution that's come out. I saw Spyro was involved. Let's see what transpires here. Oh, it was actually the Elder Scrolls was basically already stopped up in front of them. So let's go back to the. I mean, Spyro definitely takes a big hit here, but let's just see what happens to second seat of the Elder Scrolls. 4 wide on the top. Not enough room. They get collect. Ooh. A couple of us bumped down, but Elder Scrolls just basically stopped. Take the Ultima hits them. Yeah, now we've once again just got ourselves another caution. Just quickly checking Sonic the Hedgehog on lap 318. Remember, 334 is the 500 mile mark. One lap until green once again. And now I believe Sonic the Hedgehog must have pit while the others did not, because now all of a sudden we have The Legend of Zelda is now our leader with Pikmin just beside them. Top two just behind the pace car on the lead lap. Sonic the Hedgehog 1 lap down, on track, but 1 lap down. We'll have to see how the pit stop cycle works out for everybody else. But I suspect that Sonic the Hedgehog still be in the running by the end of this thing. The Last of Us 3 laps down to the overall leader, still comfortably ahead in Class B, although by a few less laps, Minecraft is now 3 laps down to Last of Us. Gran Turismo 3rd in Class B is 4 laps down to The Last of Us. Xenoblade Chronicles has widened their lead 7 laps in Class C. They are certainly the favorites there. And then in Class D, Resident Evil still 1 lap lead over Rogue Squadron. And those two are far in front of Spyro in 3rd, Cuphead in 4th, Bioshock in 5th.
Green, green, green.
Seems like we did have a bit of a spin, but more importantly, we have now gotten to the 500-mile mark. 66 laps to go in this event, and as it stands right now, The Legend of Zelda currently leads. Pikmin in second place, 4 seconds behind. Sonic the Hedgehog, 1 lap down, although I suspect there might be some pit stops that need to be made that'll possibly correct that. Our leader for quite a while in Class B, The Last of Us, is now gone by the wayside. Something has happened there. And now Minecraft is the leader in Class B, 7 laps down from the overall leader. Gran Turismo currently running in second, 1 lap down to Minecraft. Xenoblade Chronicles is first in Class C, 9 laps down to the overall leader. 7 laps ahead of the next competitor, Ori. Then we have Call of Duty and Civilization, Clay Fighter, and Shadow of the Colossus in Class C. Class D, Resident Evil, currently with a 1-lap lead over Rogue Squadron. Rogue Squadron enjoys a 7-lap lead over third place Cuphead, and has a 4-lap lead over BioShock in fourth place. So Class D feels mostly sorted out. The closest battle, honestly, is toward the front with The Legend of Zelda and Pikmin. The Legend of Zelda currently leading. They are the only car in the video game selection series who has raced in all 4 divisions in the Pro class. And that would be quite something if they came from, Class D to eventually win and go into the Gamer queue. They never did win a Class D race, but they did promoted to Class C based on points. They did win in Class C. They have won in Class B. They're now looking to win in Class A, and the overall victory here today, right now, enjoying a 32-second lead over Pikmin. So with less than 100 miles to go, we will see how things will shake out, and if there's any more surprises, like The Last of Us, who is comfortably ahead in Class B, seemingly out of the running for a class victory. We are soon to be at 40 laps to go. The leader and second place running nose to tail. Sonic the Hedgehog now back on the lead lap. Although he needs to get through the bottleneck before they're truly back in contention. Riding on the second place, Legend of Zelda looking directly ahead at our leader. Broken spoiler and all. Or, currently that's wrong. That's, forgive me, yeah, just ahead of Legend of Zelda, actually, I believe, is Star Fox. And then Pikmin is actually on the outside. Pikmin, actually, might have an opportunity to break free here. Star Fox, so they're trying to make it work. Yeah, Legend of Zelda led that last up, so it's just basically whose line is doing a little bit better is really who's leading this race at a given moment. Right now, the Legend of Zelda is falling back to second. Pikmin is in a prime position, though, to be able to break out of this bottleneck. And it looks like they're taking off. There's Pikmin leaving the group. Can the Legend of Zelda follow? Right now stuck in the middle. And also then behind the Class D car. So we'll see if they'll be able to break free or not. It does look like Sonic the Hedgehog has, so Sonic the Hedgehog will be able to make up the lap and get to the back of this bottleneck where Legend of Zelda is. But so will Pikmin, and Pikmin will then have a lap on each of them. 40 laps to go as Pikmin just crossed the line. For 40 laps to go. 60 miles.
Caution, yellow flag.
And a caution has come out. I did not see what happened, so let's go back and see. It looks like it's in this area. And I need to zoom in a bit, but it looks like it's just a few behind G-Police. So let's start with G-Police, go back a little bit. Here's where it looked like. So let's get the chopper command. Yeah, into the wall. And yeah, now we got slow car on track. They stop. And yeah, that will bring out the caution. So that was Civilization. Not falling further back, but that should now be able to put Pikmin and Legend of Zelda, Sonic the Hedgehog. They should now all be together, all three of them. We'll see if any or all of them decide to take pit stops. But yeah, we're getting down to the closing stages of this race. Running lap 362 right now is Pikmin. We'll be setting up for it looks like a 3-car shootout here for entrance into the gaming queue. Legend of Zelda, Pikmin, Sonic the Hedgehog. 1 lap until green. Got the wave arounds coming through right now. Legend of Zelda currently sitting directly behind the pace car. You can see Sonic the Hedgehog moving forward just behind. They are slotting into the 2nd position on the inside line. It appears that Pikmin is in the 3rd position on the inside line. Nope, Pikmin is over here in the outside line.
Green flag, green flag.
Oh, and now we are green. Oh, I'm watching a replay. Here we go. Let's get it forward. There we go. So yeah, Legend of Zelda, Sonic the Hedgehog, Pikmin. That's how they're running right now. "35 laps to go at the line." And based on everything else, the NHL is closing in on Gran Turismo, it appears. Gran Turismo's still on track. But yeah, Class C seems to be wrapped up, and the 1 lap difference in Class D seems to be pretty insurmountable. So this three car battle right here is really the main thing that we're focused on. For the win, 35 laps to go. Looks like the Legend of Zelda has made it through the bottleneck, whereas Pikmin and Sonic the Hedgehog have both been wrapped up in it. Pikmin's still kind of in the middle, Sonic the Hedgehog at the back, but Legend of Zelda is gone. They are moving by themselves. 30 laps to go. And they've got a clear lead, they've got some clear track in front of them. The others are caught in the bottleneck. We'll see if Legend of Zelda can do it. Do the full alphabet soup. From Class D all the way up to Class A and the overall win. Legend of Zelda now joins in the back of the bottleneck. Sonic the Hedgehog has made their way to the front of it. Pikmin has now made it through, so Pikmin now running second and working their way back around to get to the back of this pack. Legend of Zelda, though, is now caught up, and yeah, we'll see if Pikmin can catch up, if Sonic the Hedgehog can get through this, and if Legend of Zelda can hold them off. Now at 20 laps to go. And right now the front two are running nose to tail, 0.003 of a second right now between them. Oh, take that back. Sonic the Hedgehog has made it back around, and so Sonic the Hedgehog actually is now up there at the front. They are currently leading. They did not lead the last lap, but they made the pass on the inside. They are all at the back of the bottleneck. The bottleneck, the thing that really drives the story of this race. Sonic the Hedgehog currently on the low side. Legend of Zelda and Pikmin both following each other on the high side. All basically at the back of this bottleneck, trying to find their way through. The game that can find their way through will surely be the one that can take the overall victory. But who will be able to do it? As it stands, Sonic the Hedgehog is leading, running on the inside line. Pikmin's never going to really be able to win this just following The Legend of Zelda. It really feels like they need to, unless they think The Legend of Zelda is going to carve their way through, I think they need to choose another line and try to find a way around. Oh! There's one car that swung down and actually hit Sonic the Hedgehog. Legend of Zelda has now moved down to the low line following Sonic the Hedgehog. I think they have the better chance of being able to break away if they have the low line option available. Sonic moving to the very bottom of the racetrack. Are they able to rejoin? Legend of Zelda is just above them. Yeah, they rejoin just in front of them. Oh, having to work the traffic like this, it's like a fast-moving parking lot. But needed to find your way into that better spot. Sonic moving forward, Legend of Zelda following. Sonic a little further down the line than on the low side. The Legend of Zelda goes all the way to the bottom. Okay, comes back up. Decides better of it. We're following 15 laps to go. Legend of Zelda looking to the inside and has taken the lead from Sonic, is trying to get through the bottleneck. Can they get through everybody? Not yet, but they are still on the extreme low side. Yeah, they are 4 wide. They are on the inside. They're taking the extreme low line. And they are through. The Legend of Zelda has set them up in a very good position to be able to win this race. Especially with Pikmin stuck further back in the bottleneck and Sonic the Hedgehog still stuck in the middle. Sonic the Hedgehog went to make some gains, and Legend of Zelda just said, hold my beer, I'm going to make some bigger gains. And it looks like it might be paying off with an overall victory here in the 600 at Charlotte. You can see G-Police's ruined spoiler in the car just ahead of Sonic the Hedgehog. G-Police, the yellow car with the black stripes. This would still be a great points day for both Sonic and Pikmin. But they're actually pretty good on points. They have a pretty secure lock on Class A based on their points. Regardless, really, they need to position themselves for a win. The Legend of Zelda, they are the lowest seed in the in Class A, having just recently been promoted from Class B, and they at the moment they might be ready to proclaim victory and go into the game queue. Star Fox just ahead. Legend of Zelda joining onto the back, which I believe that's Pikmin just ahead of them. So yeah, they are now basically a full lap on Pikmin. Coming to the line, Legend of Zelda will have 10 laps to go. Yeah, Sonic really needs to find their way through. they've got to find a way to get through, or else, yeah, the Legend of Zelda is going to cruise to victory. They don't have to take any risks. They just stay where they are, and they'll be perfectly happy with running this, or letting this race run its course. Will Sonic make any moves this time? No, they are staying in line. Perhaps content with the second place. Second place points are pretty good. Okay, Sonic moving down to the low line. I think setting up to go into the below the line in the turn. They are below the line. Can they push to get ahead? Mega Man was finally able to do it on the outside line. But no, Sonic was not able to do it. So Legend of Zelda should have 8 laps to go to wrap this up. Time is running out. At the moment, Legend of Zelda looking to be in a very good spot. Basically a full lap lead. They'll be coming up to 4 laps to go. Legend of Zelda, 4 laps from winning. It's getting to the point where even if they are able to bust through and get through the bottleneck, they won't be able to make the time up around. So as long as Legend of Zelda doesn't get involved in an incident, in my mind, they've already won this race. Just, yeah, incredible run. An incredible run just through the series, just making the most of the opportunities been presented. You know, I mean, they've even got a broken spoiler, and they're gonna, you know, get the overall win here. 3 laps to go. Let's go ahead and just follow along with current P1 and most likely to win this race. It could be, yeah, running the alphabet soup. Never did win a race in Class D, but promoted themselves from Class D. 1 in Class C, 1 in Class B. Are now 2 laps away from winning in Class A and adding their game, which would be the original Legend of Zelda game on the Nintendo, the NES. Adding their game to the GameCube. It looks like Sonic has finally broken free, but too little too late. Because they have not very much time to make up this gap, as the Legend of Zelda will be coming around this time to receive the white flag. Oh! There was a touch of cars just in front of them. Yeah, the Legend of Zelda on the final lap, white flag lap. We're now starting on the backstretch. Sonic the Hedgehog coming up to the tri-oval. Pikmin has now also gotten free. They're coming through the tri-oval. They're receiving the white flag. And coming out of the final turn and through the tri-oval, the Legend of Zelda will take the victory here at the 600 at Charlotte. Yeah, fantastic result. Yeah, the car's just ahead of them. They are just now on their white flag lap, so they'll still have to go around to actually complete their checkered flag lap. But everybody behind the Legend of Zelda, they have now received the checkered flag. Their session is over. Results are in for them. Yeah, second and third place have now also crossed the line. So just great result for the Legend of Zelda. And we'll go on through seeing some of the others. Yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog finishing second. Pikmin finishing third. Class A and overall. Gran Turismo taking the win in Class B. Gran Turismo going from having run every Class C race, finally winning in Class C, got one chance in Class B, they won it. Now they're up into Class A for the next event. Yeah, congratulations to Gran Turismo. Xenoblade Chronicles also. So Xenoblade Chronicles winning in Class C. They have been a Class D winner in the past, so now they are a Class D and Class C winner. Congratulations to Xenoblade Chronicles. And further down the list, Resident Evil, and what was pretty much, they stayed in the formation they had for the last probably half of the race. Resident Evil completing the victory in Class D, with Rogue Squadron finishing second. Rogue Squadron was one of those who got promoted at the previous event, so gets to stick around for another Class D race and receive some points. So that'll also give them a bit of a gap to stay in Class D. Cuphead is in third. We'll see the final points paying position, and BioShock finishing fourth in Class D. No points awarded for that, but fourth place does stick around for the next event. So there were two promoted games that are going to stick around in Class D for the next race. But now that means we're going to have to sort through and find out who gets relegated to the Challenger Series. And looking down through the list, just going down through overall, Legend of Zelda, Sonic Hedgehog, Pikmin, Gran Turismo, winner in Class B, Xenoblade Chronicles, winner in Class C, Star Fox is fourth place in Class A, second through fifth in Class B, NHL, Minecraft, Mother the Last of Us, second place in Class C, Ori, first place and second place in Class D, Resident Evil and Rogue Squadron. In third place and fourth place in Class C, we have Call of Duty and Clay Fighter. Fifth place in Class A, we have Mario. Third place in Class D, we've got Cuphead. I believe this would be fifth and sixth in Class C, Diablo and Shadow of the Colossus. Fourth place in Class D, we have BioShock. And then, without giving places, I'll just kind of go through the rest of them. Class A, we have Elder Scrolls. Class B, Dynasty Warriors. Class C, Factorio. Class D, Animal Crossing. Class C, Civilization. Class A, G-Police. Class B, Metal Gear Solid. Class D, Spyro. Class D, EVO. Class B, Final Fantasy. Class D, Golden Sun, so they will be relegated. They're certainly one of those that will be relegated from this event. Mega Man, Class A. Elite was Class C. Killer Instinct, Class C. Yoshi in Class D, they will get relegated from this event too. Bayonetta, Class D. Class A, we have Ultima. Class B, Grand Theft Auto. Class B, Kingdom Hearts. And last place, probably the coolest looking car in this, Class A, we have Fallout. Alright, and with that, we're going to call a conclusion here on the 600 at Charlotte. We hope to catch you at the next event. Thank you very much.